Okay, that one should work, but this is going to be this. Okay, interesting. Okay, the YouTube stream is up. It's actually fixed now. Wait, who's this over here? What are you doing? Get out of here, Zerk! Sky Daddy, meet Z Daddy. Okay, cool. Now we're live on all three again. Perfect. Perfect. I don't know why the other one fucked up, though. That was weird as hell. I had a feeling it was something else, though. the heck? You know what might be nice? If Dawn starts sitting, which they apparently are, and start going down, and Pig Cave starts becoming worse, people might say, fuck it, why am I going to go run out to Pig Cave for less silver? And they'll stop going there. Which means I might get more runs in, because I just want to complete it once. That's all I want to do. I want to be the jackpot guy. I want to get the title. So yeah, I was that guy once. Oh yeah, I don't want the title to wear it. I just wanted to have it. Yo, that Alex guy just got a Kabua. That's the same guy who got a flame. What up? Shut up! Is that you? Is that you? No, I didn't. Was it not you? I think you're lying. I could have swore that was you. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Oh, it's a different guy in game. Okay, gotcha. I was snowboard last time? It was whatever.
Have you ever had
It was snowboard. So do we know why Vega chose occupation versus construction? Was it just an oopsie? Because I think once you change it, you can't change it back, right? Were they just like, huh, I wonder what this does? Oh, fuck. Because it's better. Huh? It has its merits. I'll give it that. Oh, look at that. Gamers Nexus put out a video about Noctua's all-in-one. I did, yeah. It's not a good look for Nvidia. When you start telling people that you have to review our product this way, or we're not going to let you review our products, that's kind of fucked up. Or we're not going to give you the early access, right? It is super fucked up. It basically shows a lack of faith in your own product. You can't let your own product speak for itself and you have to drive the narrative. I love my 5080. I just don't think I should have had to spend as much as I did. It's crazy to think that back in the day, remember the Titan release? That shit was like the bee's knees of video cards, the apex, and that shit was only $1,000. Only. It sounds so ridiculous to say that. That's not true. 2K and 4K gaming is becoming a lot more popular these days. 1080p is getting left in the past. Didn't we have this argument the other day? We have this argument all the time. It's an ongoing thing. I would say, like, if you would have said the 90s are more for content creation, I'd say sure. But the 80s series, the 70s series, etc., definitely not. The generation doesn't matter. It's more so the series. Or am I fucking up? It's the series, not the gen. No, I'm pretty sure that was right. The 90s series is for those bougie motherfuckers like Kinjara, who got that fuck you money and says, I want it all! And we're jealous. Oh, we're so jealous. Because I'd love to have a 5090. But yeah, if you're trying to play at 2K at like a really, really high refresh rate and maintain that, or 4K at a really high refresh rate and maintain it, you definitely want a banging GPU. You definitely need that extra VRAM and computing power. Yes, in some of the situations where your FPS drops the most, it will be because of your CPU. but that's not the vast majority of situations. Also, fun fact, in a lot of games, when you turn the settings down, it'll offload some of those GPU tasks, because when you turn the graphics settings down, it's assuming that your graphics card's struggling to keep up, and it'll offload some of those tasks to your CPU. And it could, if you're CPU bound, it could actually have a negative effect on your performance in those CPU intensive situations. Turning your settings down isn't always the solution. Exactly. See, Clutch knows. How are you going to check out that Valk underboob at 4K? Wait, people let their value pack expire? This is gonna come off as, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care how this comes off. You guys interpret this how it wants. But if you're struggling with paying for a value pack, then maybe you should get off the fucking PC and do something more productive with your life. I hate to break it to you, chat. But if you're struggling with a value pack, you have priorities that you're neglecting. You shouldn't be sitting around playing video games looking at underboob. Easy to say when you get free value packs. True. True. The hell I will! Yeah. I wonder if anybody sent PA a ticket. Yo, I'd kind of like a value pack. Will you guys take food stamps for them? I got 3 cans of baked beans. Was that enough for a value pack? I'll let you know right now. Wouldn't it be funny if they said, you know what? Just take the value pack. They give you like a free 1-year value pack because they feel bad. Maybe we can game the system. We could all get free 1-year value packs. I wonder what they would do if you sent a ticket like that. I am curious. And an overripe banana. No such thing as an overripe banana. The darker the flesh gets, the tastier it is. Now, once it goes dark and starts getting light again and fuzzy, then it's past its date. But people see like a really dark banana peel and they're like, ew, the banana's bad. No, that's the sweetest banana. Those are the bananas you throw in a smoothie or banana bread. Oh my goodness. The diabetes banana. This might hurt. Ouch. Yeah, the value pack itself isn't so bad. I think it's the combination of the value pack, the old moon scroll, and the Kama blessing. I actually think that they should bundle those together and give like a really fat discount. At this point, I don't even know what the harm is if they just folded it into the value pack. I don't know. Why would they bundle them when they can make 3 times the money? That's the thing, is not everybody is buying all of them, though, so it isn't 3 times the money. There might be a ton of people out there who are only buying the value pack but want the other things that might end up, if they bundled them together, might say, hey, and charge $5 more. They might say, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll get that now. So it doesn't necessarily translate to less money. Do they have it bundled for Korea? That'd be weird if they didn't for NA then. I didn't think that they had it bundled for anywhere. We have proof of that? Because I'd like to see that. Qstream? Well, you get me the proof. You're saying it. I ain't doing your investigation for you. You're making the claim. I want you to prove it. If you don't want to prove it, that's fine. But then don't go around asserting that it's true. We have it bundled here? No, we don't. Shut up. Where is it? What's it called? Blessing. Blessing. Oh, yeah. $45, though. Oh, what? Oh, wait, that's loyalty. $200? Shut up. What is this shit? You gotta buy that twice a year? $400? Oh my god, that's like what? $35 a month? I mean, it is a discount, but come on. That is way too much money. People ain't spending $35 US a month. That shit should be like 20, maybe $25 a month, tops. Yeah, look at me. I have... Wait, that's not it. 1,462 days left of my value pack, 776 days left of my comma blessing, and 814 days left of my secret old moon. I don't understand. I'm pretty sure these two went down. Been good for at least 2 years, chat. At least 2 years. The reason why mine is so high, though, is because, yeah, every month, one of the partner perks is they give me basically a free of all those things. But also, you know how when you play the game and occasionally they give you like a free 14-day or a free 10-day or whatever? So all the ones they give everybody in game slowly add up while they constantly sustain my monthly, right? By the way, you guys, just a little PSA. I am streaming on YouTube and Kick for now on. You can find me live on all 3 platforms. Just same name too, just Zethian. YouTube.com /@Zethian. Kick.com /Zethian. Obviously, you guys know the Twitch one. Do you lose 1 day every 31 days? I guess so, but I gain a couple every February. No OnlyFans yet, sorry chat. The Twitch link. Asian bunny. Oh, goddamn. Where's my link tree? I should get one of those set up below the stream, eh? And put all those things in it. That would be smart. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, I was huge into fans. Anytime I saw a fan, I'd have to go up to it and go put my mouth right up against the safety rails and go, ah, ah, because it sounded weird. You stop doing that? I don't have any fans around here. Wouldn't that be funny if I made an OnlyFans and every day it was just me making noises into an actual fan? Just new content every day.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine. You're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
My gear is max, technically not, no. FBI, open up! He's a fraud, no pen fallen god. I don't announce myself as hard capped, so I'm not a fraud. Ugh. What were you guys saying earlier? Apparently there's multiple shinings on EU? How did this come up in conversation? I know there's a shining protection stone. What's the deets on this? Ah, turned on the shitty one. God damn it. Right here. I have over 500. Even using yellows now, I can't run out with how much I grind. They're just slowly piling up. What's my opinion? Awakened Law, DR, or Evasion? I don't have zero opinion about it. Oops.
Welcome to my OnlyFans today. I will be singing "Oh Canada" into a fan.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land. Through patriot loving, all of us come back with glowing hearts. We see the rise.
Shut up. Kids show song. That's my fucking national anthem. You better watch it. I didn't stop it. So when you use the singing text-to-speech, it has a set amount of lines it will do. So if you do more than that, then it just cuts it off automatically. The nice thing is, though, if you do less, it'll automatically fill it in.
Chat's a bitch, 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 chat's a
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah. We are so close to another health level. Level 65? I was just about 66. Guardian arc? Yeah, did about a year of Guardian. You know, I never would have done Guardian if they had the tag system in the game back then. I mean, I would have had Guardian as a tag just for Siege, but I would have still played my Warrior 99% of the time. Moxies? We actually used to have a Moxies here, but it closed down. Moxie's was actually the first restaurant I took my wife on a date to. We did dinner and a movie. I took her to Moxie's, and then we went and watched a movie. I don't even remember the movie. I bet if I asked my wife, she'd remember. We're getting one here in Sudbury. It's nothing to write home about. Back to the Future, shut up. No, it's decent. It's decent food. It's not ridiculously expensive either. But it's not like, yeah. You're not gonna leave there thinking it's the best place ever. Just a nice little casual dining experience. A little less casual. It's almost like a middle ground between like an Applebee's and something fancier. Why no more underwater? Because underwater's dead, that's why. Tongrad rings aren't worth shit. Frenzies aren't worth shit. The trash isn't worth shit. Still viable? Not really, no. Maybe for a seasoned character. I'd admit, between the two extremes of everything sitting on the market at min price versus nothing being on the market and there being orders, I think I prefer the latter. Even as somebody who prefers to buy everything, I feel like it adds more life to the game if people have to go out and grind the things they want versus just sitting in the highest silver place and buying whatever they want because everything is just sitting. I'm not planning on doing anything with it. Huh? I'm taking. Why is Mr. Rapolas clicking so many pen accessories right now? I understand what the purpose is. E10 any good? I don't know what the fuck E10 is. What's E10?
Eating these nuts, eating these nuts. Eating these nuts, eating these nuts. Eating these nuts, eating these nuts. Eating these nuts, eating these nuts.
I should have known. I had a gut feeling. I'm like, I'm not walking to one of these DD bullshit. Am I fucking... I'm just not even gonna talk to you guys anymore. Any question you guys have, just I'll leave it to you guys to answer each other. Actually, why is the music so quiet? Surprised nobody's done anything. Nope. You cannot have my playlist. Oh my goodness. I said no! You bastards, how could you? My in-game fashion? Well, as long as I don't tell you that this is the Stellar Knight outfit with the Seahorse diving hat, I'm God damn it. I'm giving away everything. This. Oh my goodness. There's a fan in the mouse? At first I was like, huh, maybe they're just trying to show the internals, and then I looked at the internals and saw the fan in there. Oh, Kanjara, are we supposed to be doing our bosses tonight or tomorrow night? I can't remember what we settled on. Tomorrow? Okay. I'm hungry, chat. And I forgot to change my loot scroll. Oh well, we're gonna finish this 20 minutes of the blue, I guess. Nah, we'll just do 10 more. And then I'll go make lunch. Oh, snap. Oh. Hey, good morning, Valkyria. How you doing today? I've been hearing some things about that game. Good things. How many hungers? Not many. It's been going down. I've been starting to sell them. I have too many of them. I have over 200. Chat, I think it is time for me to go make some lunch. Oh, you know what I noticed, chat? Look what we have here. Looky, looky, look what we managed to do. We managed to save up 100 of these little bastards. Wait. My storage maids are on cooldown? I couldn't move all the trash? What the fuck? Yeah, I will be right back. It's a lot of maids I have? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A lot of maids. What's up, chat? Wait, why am I getting on my horse? I got some leftovers from the other night. My ribs, little homemade jalapeno mac and cheese. Um, I love leftovers, man. Man, do I love leftovers. NBNJK plus P9. Huh. I agree, Alvin. I agree. There we go, chat. All fed up, ready to grind. Man attacking me, or is what is he doing? I think he's just jumping around. Oh, that sounds good. I feel like the two guys running around me right now are looking for each other. Because they both kind of came running at me like they were ready to attack, and then they dipped. Yeah, a lot of people don't vibe with the way Awakened Sage moves. If you are looking for some Sage stuff, Hazy, we have a Awakened Sage Bible made by a sage named Archive. And bookmark that. It has everything top to bottom you need to know about Awakening Sage. And then, like, you can just ingest it as you please. Awakening Sage doesn't really do combos, per se. It's more of like a priority for grinding. There's just certain abilities. We have enough abilities with short enough cooldowns that there's always something to do. So we benefit greatly from attack speed because of that. But also, you just want to make sure the highest DPS abilities are left on cooldown. As much as possible. Or put on cooldown. But yeah, the priority is in the in that guide there. Not a problem. Yep, that's right, Frost Goose. Oh, do I have a tide rolling over here? I do. I didn't even notice it spawned. A little PSA to all of you too. We're actually streaming on 3 platforms right now: Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So if you're on those 3 platforms, you should shoot me a follow. Yeah. There's so much information there. I think you would be You would struggle to find a guide on any other spec as in-depth as that one. Archive did a really good job with it. Yeah. It's nice that it's in spreadsheet form like that too, or a Google Doc, because like, as we all know, the game changes all the time, right? They'll make changes to classes. Where if it was like a video or a video series, you'd have to like remake the video for that part, or the whole video, if it's just all in one. Where this, you can just go and edit a specific section if things change. It'll make it really quick and easy to maintain it. Is Howie around? No, if Howie was around, he'd be yapping. It's been awfully quiet in here, so he must be gone. Inept? No, I said in-depth, not inept.
A girl and a gamer won't bomb me. Humming a bez wooing, eyes pop out, air woo be jaw drops, tongue rolls out, woof 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 woof, tongue bursts out of the alpha controllably leaking fact.
It was a little too long. I personally think they should have damage numbers when you're in the BA and testing stuff on dummies, the same way that you can see like protections in the battle arena. But I like the fact that those things don't exist outside of it. Yeah. Oh, it creates toxicity, right? I use critical here. Remember, when you're killing packs of mobs, it doesn't matter how fast you're killing the fastest mob, it matters how slow you're killing the slowest mob, right? I just don't think that damage numbers provide any true value to the game. Like I said, maybe in the battle arena, when you're hitting a dummy, it could show it. So you can see, like, when they do a patch, how it changes. And it would help some people understand the damage a bit better. But, I think outside of the BA, it has no value. All it brings is toxicity to the game. And spam. Obviously, for the spam part of it, you could just have a toggle on and off, but even still, why have that if it really brings no value to the game? Radiant Annihilation sometimes will feel like it's doing no damage to the mobs because it has 0% crit on it. And sometimes you'll get unlucky and it won't crit at all. That's why it's important to keep your crit buffs up. Alright. The Arcanon effect has 0 crit on it. You don't need damage numbers to tell you that. Also, the damage comes out delayed, so if the mob turns around and it doesn't crit, it's going to feel like it does no damage. Or if you position it poorly, and it just whiffs, yeah, same deal. Well, it's never just for yourself. If they enable it in the game so the player can see it, then it's available for everybody. Whether the developers intend for it to be that way or not. What's up, Brozak? How you doing? $35, you're back. It's gonna give out any day. Just be careful with it. Lift with your legs. Yeah, that's exactly what it devolves into, Hazy, right? People then develop third-party software to track what their DPS is, and then they'll get that third-party software to compete with other people. Even if there is no way to have them linked to each other, people will be like, okay, well, you got to show proof that you can do this much DPS at this boss. Otherwise, we're not going to let you join our party, and that's what it'll eventually devolve into. It just creates toxicity. I just don't think that the game needs it. I think the game's perfectly fine without it. I personally like more mystery in games. I know I'm a weirdo in this sense, and most would disagree, and I'm not saying I'm right. This is just my preference. But I like when there's lots of mystery and stats are hidden and you have to kind of tinker around with shit and figure it out. And nobody's quite sure how right they are. We just have hunches. I personally find that type of environment way more exciting and interesting. Yep, exactly, Hazy, right? I just think for the tiny benefit it actually brings to the game, I think those are far worse to bring to the game. I do think things like that, showing totals at the end of battles, would be super useful. Death Jaeger. I agree with that. I was kind of annoyed back in the day when they actually removed the stats of, like, revives and assists. So, like, every time you repaired a fort, every time you revived somebody with a med kit, things like that, it used to track that. And it was really cool to have more stats like that, because, like, even though, like, you saw somebody wasn't, you know, maybe they didn't get a ton of kills or a ton of, you know, constructions or whatever, right? All of a sudden you look and they have, like, 100 repairs on a fort, and, like, you think about it, you're like, wait a minute. That one guy might have been the difference between our fort getting destroyed and us winning the fight. I like that shit. And I was kind of annoyed when they removed that from the game. Because I feel like we should have more things like that. It shouldn't all be just about, you know, kill death. I think, though, in regards to, like, showing damage, like in Guild League, you're only ever hitting players, right? If you were to have, like, a total damage dealt, I think you would have to have two different types shown, damage to players and damage to structures. Because, like, you could probably, like, crazy pad your stats by just dumping AoEs into bases, hitting all the structures, right? But I think damage to structures would also be a useful stat. Because sometimes your shot caller's like, okay, everybody in on the base. Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. And then you're like, at the end of the fight, you see somebody who has barely any deaths, and all they were doing is running around killing people who are out of position and not really contributing to the fight. And if you see that they have, like, almost no damage done to the base, then you know they're not following the calls, right? You know that they're playing very selfishly and they're not playing for the team. So, like, even that would be a useful stat to have. You can call out those fucking losers, right? Not the horse farmers, yeah. Imagine if it put horse kills in the same category as player kills. Everybody would be running around licking their chops every time they saw a horse. Yo, catch you later, AZ. Enjoy your rest. Oh, my phone's ringing. Well. Is that the end? F that. Hang up on them. Hey, what is up, Cadmium Sheep? How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're just chilling, listening to some music, getting our grind on. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Don't we have that without the background? I can't remember if we have that one without the background. Yeah, we do. That's right. Oh yeah, lowercase and uppercase. Reminds me. What are we doing on these? Got 1, 2. 1, 2. I need to get a couple more of those bags. Um, yeah. Everybody just spamming text. What about the Lakari one? Like the text for that is fucking massive. Yeah. Shit. Lisa. Yeah, some people just living under a rock their whole lives. Finally. Finally, you get to see the light. It's always S because it's percentage based. It's not like a number based. So it ends up being technically more XP the higher level you are, up to level 66. Because every level after 66 is the same difficulty. But yeah, like if you, for example, if you get 0.1 per night, whether you're level 50 or you're level 66, it'll still be like 0.1, right? So obviously 0.1 at 66 is far more valuable than 0.1 at level 50. You can only get up to, I think, 99% of the level as well. You have to do that last percent yourself. So if you're getting near the end of a level, that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, Gertie Goose. Yo, that's how you get a limbo. You guys see what I just did there? That looks so stupid. I don't know if it's still top. It caught some nerfs, I believe. But it's up there, and it's comfy, it's tanky. I think it's still a really, really good grinder. You think IQON would ever add what exit lag does to the app? I think unless they wanted to pick up, like, I don't know what goes into setting something up like exit lag, because what you do is you like connect to their servers and then they try to route you the most direct route through to your destination, right, to minimize the amount of hops and the distance that you're taking. So I don't know what type of acquisition is required to make something like that as possible, and then the overhead that comes with that. So I think it would be super cool if maybe they partnered with somebody and integrated that into it, but I think it would end up being more likely the other way around so far. Like, I think a lot of these tunneling VPNs or gaming VPNs are larger than IQON is, and instead of them being basically stuck into someone else's software, I think they would probably It would probably be the other way around, where they would want to reach out to IQON and get them involved with their software that already exists. Because if you if you boot up Exit Lag and look at it, they already have a section where they try to optimize things a bit, right? Now, obviously, it's way less in depth than what IQON does, but they already have a foot in the door in regards to something like that. But yeah, it would be cool to have like one piece of software that does that as well, right? That comes with part of the subscription. I think that would be a great way too, because like with IQON right now, right? I don't know if there's any reason to maintain your subscription. You basically sub for the month, do your optimization, then you unsubscribe, and then 3 months, 6 months, or a year later, when you want to re-optimize, you activate your sub for 1 month again, and then do it again, right? Where if you had something like a gaming VPN tied to it, that might be a pretty good reason to keep people subscribed. I think it would be it'd be interesting if they expanded into that market. And I think it would be a really good way to keep people subscribed as well. Oh, where's the demo market looking? Next, 26, pins, 180, 36, 232, 30, 205, 27, 198, damn. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. What essences of devours and hungers are already min price. Essences of Dawn, it feels like they're eventually, I don't know about min, but they're definitely starting to drop. They're starting to sit on some regions. Other regions they've already been sitting and started dropping. It seems like it's very obvious the direction those are headed in. And then Debos as well. It's like, how are you even going to make silver anymore? It's just all going to be about trash. I guess the one thing about essences of Dawn is I don't think they need to. The only place that's giving them reliably is the Pig Cave, right? And Honglam gives them a little bit, but very much a little bit. If they drop enough, I think people will just stop doing the Pig Cave. And then if they stop doing the Pig Cave, then we might find a balancing point. That might choke out the supply enough that it finds a balancing point. Did you know Joey is part of our dev team now? Oh, I did not know that. You steal people from my stream on the daily? Well, that is really bad for IQON. I don't know if I would trust any of these guys with a toothbrush. Nah, kidding aside, that's pretty cool. Well, that definitely contributes to it, Necro. Not a whole lot has changed. I think it's going to happen in cycles, the same way that we always see. Like, I'm sure I could pull up my graph and update the months that I haven't been updating it. And there's a very obvious trend that's been happening for the last 8 years. Right now, we're in another one of those lulls, because it's like, we've had a lot of content, and it's kind of getting to an end now, and we're just waiting for the next content to release. I think they really can't afford to wait to December, though, for the Calpheon Ball, so I hope they have something meaningful ready to ship out for the Heidel Ball. But a lot of the excuse me, a lot of those markets, like with Essences of Dawn and Debos being used for Karazad and Kafras and fail stacks. Like, these are all markets that are very heavily driven by a growing, or at least new players, right? So whenever we see an uptick in the amount of new players coming to the game to try it out, I think we're going to see a lot of those resources have a lot more demand on them. And then kind of near the end of that cycle, when we're waiting for content and people, you know, are kind of finished or are getting bored, then we're going to see those things drop, and it's going to be this constant wave. As long as PA is, you know, shipping things out and maintaining that wave. I think one thing that's really adding a lack of demand is, like, we've never had a ton of content in BDO to do. It's always been like, okay, grind, right? You just do your circles, do your circles, do your circles. That's not something that's ever really changed. I think the biggest thing that's changed about it, though, the way it feels within the game, is back in the day we used to have scarcity of resources, and guilds and stuff would have to fight over grind spots, especially on Arsha. These days, it just feels like Arsha feels so meaningless. You can't even really fight over the resources. There's not, and you don't even really need to at the same time. Everybody can just, like, there's so many channels, and there's like 10 different grind spots per channel, 4 to 10 grind spots per channel, that there's no reason to even compete over the resources, even if you could. And I think that was a really big motivator for people to grind before, is so they could be part of a stronger guild, or be stronger themselves, to lock down the spots with more scarce resources attached to them. Yeah, they're all sitting on the market, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. If I have to choose between the two extremes, where we have everything sold out, not everything, but like all the main stuff sold out with orders, and you have to go grind it yourself and fight at those grind spots, versus what we have now, where you have a lot of these resources just sitting in mass on the market at min price, I think I would take the former, the first option. I think people having to go out and grind and compete over resources is far more exciting for the game than people just going out doing their circles, collecting silver, and buying whatever they need off the market. It definitely adds a better dynamic to the reason why you do grind, where, like, in this environment we're in now, you grind silver to get better gear, so you can grind silver to get better gear, so you can grind silver to get better gear, but there's nothing really going on outside of that. There's the occasional Node War or Siege that's uncapped, but most of the time, there's really, like, nothing, right? Where back in the day, like, most of the time, you were getting that gear to grind faster, sure, but at the same time, you're also getting that gear so you could hold your spot. So if someone came and contested your spot from you, you'd be more effective at defending it as well. And that certainly made the gearing feel a lot more interesting. The thing is it's true until it isn't, and it all has to do with the supply and demand. The harder spots, when they first add them, are very, very, very worth grinding. But everybody goes there, and then the market gets so overly saturated with those resources that it then drops the price down to become more in line with everything else. Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But it contributes to everybody being spread out and not having to compete for resources. So, I mean, it's a fine line to walk. Yeah. Oh, there's so many different examples. That's the way the real world works. That's the way supply and demand works. Yeah. But you got to remember, this is a video game, right? We don't have to live in a fixed universe. Do I AFK fish? Oh, you're insane if you don't AFK fish. AFK fishing is such a ridiculous amount of money. I'm legit making like 10 billion silver a week. Probably more, to be honest. Probably more, like 10 to 15, depending on my luck every week. Like a minimum of 10, up to 15. I think I have like 2.5k mastery. Yeah, I just think, like, supply and demand is always trying to balance itself out, right? When supply is short and demand is high, then that typically means higher prices. Higher prices means more people are going to grind the spots to try to contribute more, to be able to profit off that lack of supply, but at the same time, they're going to become a new supply, which will eventually reach a tipping point where it just becomes on par with everything else again, right? As more and more people move to do what is the most profitable. But I think in a game you need to try to fight that and resist that. Because even though that is nice to a certain degree, it definitely makes the game less exciting when you just let that always happen. I think always trying to make sure that there's some scarcity going on so people feel the need to compete for the resources, not just go farm the resources, is it creates a much more interesting and exciting dynamic in a game. I might be looking at the past through rose-tinted glasses, but like it was super exciting back in the day. People fighting over gatekeepers, people fighting over underwater, people fighting over Star's End, people fighting over Ash Forest, people fighting over Sakraya. Now it just seems like there's no competition for resources. There's just more than enough spots for everyone to go around. There's everything you would want is on the market. You just got to go grind the silver anywhere in the game and then go buy it. People fighting over Sheep Mountain, yeah. Something as trivial as that. Even the life skillers were fighting over it. How do we make people fight over resources again? Scarcity. That's it, right? Scarcity of resources is how you keep people fighting over them. Make it so you put your orders up on stuff and you hope that you sometimes get a couple extra while you're waiting. But if you really want it and you want it fast, you have to go out and grind it yourself. You can't get the Grandpa Cron fishing rod, but there is a seasonal fishing rod that's basically the same thing with half the durability. I'm pretty sure that rod's still available. I might be mistaken. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who are adverse against competition. I think PA needs to understand that this is a niche product and make sure they don't try to... I think they do, in general, a pretty good job with it. The biggest thing I would argue that they kind of fucked up with, and I think most people would agree, is like how open world has been treated and neglected. The vast majority of the people that I played with back in the day played for the open world PvP. And like so many of those people have quit because it's clear PA has been moving away from that. But a lot of that PvP was driven by open world, like a scarcity of resources. Like all of those situations I described, right? With like Star's End and Underwater and Gatekeepers and Ash Forest. Even if you like converted everything back to the way it was PvP-wise, there's still no reason to compete over those resources because they're just, you know, they're all sitting on the market, easy to get. There is no one solution that's just going to fix open world PvP. There's a whole bunch of things they need to do. And each of them will contribute a little bit. This year has been a really good year for BDO though, in terms of like improvements to the game, quality of life. We need some real content now too, but I think that in general this year's been pretty good. I mean, I still have my rod and it has about 1,000 durability left. It really depends on how much you're willing to invest into maxing out your durability reduction. This year only been good if you're an AFK fisher? No, that's not true. They've done great class changes. The hardcore server was pretty cool. It came with some issues, but I think in general it has a lot of promise. It ended up exceeding my expectations. I think the biggest problem with the hardcore server was the fact that they called it the hardcore server. I think they should have called it anything else, but as soon as they called it hardcore, it created this exact like idea based on every other game that has a hardcore mode. It kind of created that expectation of it. And obviously, PA's version of hardcore is very different. So they should have just called it something else. And because I think that immediately put a bad taste in people's mouths. Karazad was a fantastic addition. Sovereigns were a great addition. Voltarian's super cool. The amount of quality of life changes on a variety of things are... Every year they do an amazing job with it. The quality of life. Just the biggest issue is just open world, in my opinion. Open world has suffered so much. Nobody wants to fight over anything. And most people don't want to fight just for the sake of fighting, right? They want to fight when there's something to fight over. They want a reward. Not just because they want the reward, but also because they want their enemies to not have it. And they want to inflict that pain on their enemies, right? When you don't have that type of leverage, it makes the fighting feel less meaningful. I don't have a character for fishing. No, I don't fish off a boat. So, it's funny that you say that, Necro. Cacao was just a publisher, not a developer. PA was still doing all the development. That had nothing to do with Cacao. A good way to think of it is like Cacao was your server, where PA was still the chef in the kitchen. Yeah, and Cacao did spit in the food. They were awful. They were a terrible publisher. I mean, take a look at how little they played their game. Think of all the times where they would do like a Cacao live stream and they would talk about the game and you could very clearly tell that they had no idea what they were talking about. Like we had one developer say, or not developer, sorry, one GM say, "Oh yeah, I'm finally at endgame. I hit level 56 and unlocked my awakening." It's like, oh my god, dude, that's not endgame. That's the end of the tutorial, you fucking dent. Or talking about getting energy from sweeping chimneys. Like, oh my god. Yeah, Cacao, they were a shit stain on this game's history. And take a look at how poorly they enforce the cheating on the service. You could be a live streamer in Aukman, have a GM in your chat from Cacao, have a speed hacker clearing all of Aukman live on your screen, and they wouldn't do anything about it. In fact, I'm going to give them a little bit of credit with that. Because they were so negligent with that, it made me feel like there was something in their contract with PA that didn't allow them to enforce those policies. It was that bad that I almost feel like there had to be something in their contract and their deal with PA when it came to self-publish, when it came to them publishing. It's also important that you recognize that the early days of any MMO is always exciting because you're in that honeymoon phase. There's still this like adventure going on where everybody's trying to figure out what drops from where, what's optimal, what's best for this class, what's not good for this class. You know, as the game gets older and older, that magic of discovery fades away because now everything is figured out. The roads are paved. All you need to do is walk it. If you step off the roads, you're not being interesting, you're just being bad. I think part of that magic is lost for us on every other region as well. When we see other regions get brand new content months ahead of us, specifically KR, then even by time we get it for the first time, all the roads are paved. We already know where to go for everything, what's the optimal path. All we got to do is get our checklist ready and start going down. And I think that's one of the worst things that PA does for us too, because it makes this 6 hour window or this 6 month window or 1 year window of content even shorter for us, right? Because the KR players are trying to like spend the first month fumbling around figuring things out before they finally get their speed and complete the content. Where us, we hit the ground running and we just finish it like immediately because we already have all the data on it. it really ruins the longevity of the content for every other region. I think with the recent Land of the Morning Light release, I hope it was an eye-opener for Cacao. Of Cacao. We mentioned Cacao, now I'm thinking Cacao. For PA, that they don't need to have all the translations and everything done. We don't need to have all the English voices. Just do the text translations, ship it out to us. If you insist on having the voices translated, you know, trickle that in later. But so many of us don't care about that. And if that's the reason why we get it so much later, you're hurting us more than you're helping us. It is not even close. Yeah, well, that's the thing is most people spam R or have sounds off. So you're not even doing it for anybody, right? This game has voice lines, right? Like, wow. John, I was like, what is wrong with his keyboard? And then I saw what you're doing. Oh, not even 2015 to 2020. Oh my goodness. How young are you? I remember EverQuest. The original EverQuest. Oh my goodness. Questing in that game? I don't think people would be able to handle it these days. You would talk to an NPC, there wasn't an icon or anything above his head. He would just say something and you'd be like, wait a minute, he's mentioning that NPC that I saw in that city that one time 3 weeks ago. And then you go talk to that next NPC, and you remember the first thing from the first NPC, and you talk to the next NPC, you're like, wait a minute, he's referring to what that other previous guy was talking about, but now he's mentioning this area. And then you go to that area, and you start talking to all the NPCs, and you eventually be like, oh, wait a minute, there's a connection here too. Holy shit. And you just end up down this rabbit hole, and then eventually you get a reward at the end. You're like, trigger some weird quest, and you're like, what the hell? Like, that was fucking crazy questing. And, like, some quests people would never, ever do or figure out because it was just that obscure, right? And then websites started coming out like GameFAQs and stuff like that where people could be like, oh, this person got this item, how do I get it? And then they would walk you through it, right? But now, like, these days, the game holds your hand. It's like, oh, hey, you! The NPC's practically yelling, you, over here, I got a quest for you, come over here! And then he just tells you, like, yeah, you got to go do this. And then he points in the direction. There's this giant ping. You run out there. It practically holds your hand and forces you to the spot. It's like a parent taking their kid to the grocery store, sticking it in the cart, and it's pushing you along, right? I don't feel like I should leave this area yet, yeah. Hint, 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 don't leave. You're gonna be back if you do. How close am I to 1 trill? That's a good question. If only there was some giant, colorful, glowing text somewhere on the screen where we could extract this information. Well, maybe tomorrow. No problem, Tycoon. By the way, just a PSA to all of you. I am now streaming on YouTube. Well, I've been streaming on YouTube for the last little while now as well, but I'm also multi-streaming to Kick as well. So, if you guys are an enjoyer of other platforms, you can find me on all of them. Just look for Zethian. At Zethian on YouTube, just Zethian on Kick. Imagine everybody standing along the edges, fishing. Are you still able to push people around by rolling into them? How funny would that be? Everybody's out there fishing off the Magnus and someone's just pushing everybody off the edge. Every morning you wake up and you're down at the bottom. Oh, goddamn. Loot scrolls should affect gathering, 100%. They need to get loot scrolls affecting all the life skills. Just converting them into 100 mastery is garbage. And gathering is like the easiest one to do, because gathering is basically grinding, except instead of using your abilities, you're using a tool and sucking the sap out of a giant piece of wood. Right? Or beating rocks. They could literally just increase the value of fairy powder and then make loot scrolls let you get more fairy powder. Like, it's the easiest thing for gathering to implement. Other life skills are obviously a little more difficult. Imagine if, like, for fishing you had a higher chance of rare fish. You can AFK use loot, like you gotta load up 10 hours of loot scrolls and fish overnight. Have more rare fish when you wake up. Ugh. You know what? I don't think I want to do one more hour of grinding. I gotta leave in about an hour. Maybe we'll go do our bosses. I still need to go do like my C10 pig and Stangoon and all that stuff. I think that's enough grinding for today. If we have more time too, maybe we'll do our limbos at the end. Limbo about to expire? Yeah, I think it sells 2 days. Oh, we gotta go turn in our daily. Or if I can make it up here. I think I definitely can. God, I love this horse. Oh my god, Mr. Beefy. Yeah. They've done a great job with life skills over the last 5-6 months, and they plan on
39 months of
continuing doing
squeezing
more.
my hog and imagining brushing my fingers through that beard before kissing you gently.
Oh, I'm flagged up. Leckershan, are you here? I don't remember how much is that. Okay, 20 and 3%. Versus 7, 5, and 2. No wonder. Oh, okay. Let's do our bosses with... Wait. With some back attack crystals today. I normally use crit, because I don't feel like I can guarantee back attacks all the time. Why did I just hear a ping? Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, let's refresh our villa. RBF? No. I'm gonna do some, I'm gonna do my bosses. Scared? Terrified. Absolutely terrified. Okay, let's not fucking wipe to this boss at 1% like we did 3 times last week. Shit, I just realized my add-ons are a little cooked. Or my bombs, I mean. I don't have blast. Ouch. Okay, gonna jump, jump. What was that catch? What the hell? I was nowhere near that one. Myself gatted down by that backswing. Could you cut that shit out? Holy fuck! I was too close to him in his AoE. Oh fuck, I don't want to do that. Turn the music down a touch. Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance that's happening. The retry button's a myth. The retry button's there for people who want to just die more often doing it. Oh, that backswing out of there. Any predictions for the ball? The exact same prediction I give every year when people ask about the ball. The exact same prediction. Yeah. At this point, if people need a prediction for the balls, they haven't been paying attention. Oh, this is bad. Okay, I thought I was in a... Oh my god. A little too close there. Okay, a little jumpy jump. Let's do it. Come on, detonate that. Detonate it. Detonate it. Thank you. I don't know why. I feel like I'm doing less damage with these back attack crystals. Okay, can you come over here? Yeah, a little closer to the fire, please. Come on, do an attack that detonates it, please. Can't remember this one detonates it. Oh, hell yeah, it does. Yeah, I need you to get away from this wall, please. I don't like you over there. Gold sword? Gold sword? Oh, hell yeah. Go out in the final phase. Okay, we're gonna go straight into the final phase. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there'll be a little bit of a delay. Nope, nope, nope. Please don't tell me that counted. Okay, Diamond says bullshit. Finish him off. Easy peasy. I don't feel like that was beneficial. I feel like running Vicious Shadows with the crit. I feel like how many times I had him knocked down and like back attacks because I got him CC'd from the fire. I feel like I should have fucking decimated that run. And my time was like a minute slower than my fastest. Okay, maybe it wasn't a minute slower. It felt slower though. I feel like I played that fucking perfectly. I'm not worried about my limbos. I have 2 days left on it. Don't worry about my limbos. I'm not worried about my limbos. You don't be worried about my limbos. Wait. Why is there a hate in there, chat? Chat? I don't even have the new. Oh my god. I think this one's fine. Yeah. Yeah, well, anyways. We did it on to level 9. God damn, he did like the slowest fucking Michael Myers turn on me I'd ever seen. Jesus. Oh, almost got my stop. Fucking interrogate there. Oh, am I in or am I out? I think I was in. You come on back over here. Stuck between a rock and a hot place. No shit, you can go back over there. There we go. Oh shit, I just fucked that up. Fuck, I don't get this easy. Oh no, he put the fire under me! Oh my goodness! Fucking sage barbecue. Lots of songs play a lot because Spotify fucking blows. And they don't know how to actually randomize large playlists. Even when you have shuffle turned on, it doesn't actually do a true shuffle. because they don't know how to do it, apparently. Smart Shuffle's the same thing, but with just some new songs added in that aren't on your playlist. But it still does the normal shuffle shenanigans. The fuck was that? I was a mile into my rift chain. Spam it. You can't spam it. I'm an awakened sage, not a suck sage. Yeah, it kind of does. So what shuffle does is it will take the songs that you've listened to the most in your playlist and play them more often, which then perpetuates the cycle because the shuffle is now playing those songs more often. The next time you use it, it's also going to play those, put more priority on those songs. I don't know who at Spotify thought that shit was a good idea to do it that way, but they are dumb as fuck. Completely defeats the purpose of a shuffle, right? I don't need Spotify to tell me what songs I want to listen to. That's why I made a playlist. Because they're all songs I want to listen to. But I don't want to listen to them in the same fucking order every day. And that's why I click the shuffle button. And it just makes the fact that there's websites out there that will basically you create your playlist, or you pick your playlist, you link it to your Spotify account, you pick your playlist, and then you click the shuffle, and it literally just reorganizes all the songs so you can play it without shuffle as if it's shuffled. But the problem with that is now it's a new fixed playlist, so you just got to make sure you do that like every few days or whatever, right? I don't know what idiot at Spotify thought that that was a good idea, but they are fucking idiots. At least give us the ability to turn that shit off. Cancel that a little too quick. Oh shit. Oh, then you get CC'd by one of them and then get chain CC'd. Back over here. Oh, shit. Oh my god. See if we can get him move back to the blue fire. Oh, I guess not. Then I spoke ass that, almost got myself killed. Big down onto the Sangoon. Appreciate that. You should have seen me in attempt to go. You would have felt like a god. No! No, you bitch! I think I just got DC'd a lightning surge there. Oh, that reminds me, Kanjaro. I need to do that later. One second. Let me open up a notepad here. Oh, you're absolutely going to ruffle feathers every single time. Everybody for their class ruffles feathers. Unless they say, my class is bad, and everyone else that beats me is overpowered, and we need buffs. Then you piss everybody off. At least everybody who plays your class. I think Quendaya wouldn't do it though. Like if it was so blatantly obvious that I was just trolling, I think he would just leave me out. Why is it always doing the same dance? Magnus needs nerfs, yeah. Remember how crazy Magnus used to be? Now even on Sucks Age, it's kind of like meh. Jeez, I was kind of motoring, wasn't I? Isn't he at like 15% right now? I set myself a new record, chat. I'm fast as fuck. Dude, what do the 9s look like anyways? Ooh, that's kind of fast. Although I'd never seen any of these names before in my life. Yeah, it's because he needs to change his name. His new name is Hootanity. Do I not have that sound effect? Oh, we had that. You do? I'm just too lazy? Oh. So you made me do it, you bitch! You managed to squeeze a free one out of me, you son of a... I got played. Whoops. How pathetic. You'll soon be torn apart by my teeth. Oh, there we go. Oh, 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 oh.
FBI, open up!
Well, it doesn't look like I'm gonna have time to do all those limbos. We'll save those for tomorrow, at the end of the stream. Ooh. Maybe we'll have another limbo added to the pile. Ow! Ow! You little bastards, cut that shit out! I did slower on 8 than I was on 9. Oh my goodness. But at least we're done those for the week. Okay, chat, I think I'm going to call it a day here. I have about 20 minutes. It's actually a mad dash. My daughter has her ballet mock exams today, which is basically the last practice before the real dance ballet exams. And we got to be there like 30 minutes. Not only is the class 30 minutes earlier than usual, but they want you there 30 minutes before the class starts. So I got to pick her up from school at 3:30 and have her there by 4. So I'm going to do a little bit of the prep now. I'll talk to you guys later. Okay, let's see. Where do I send you guys? Maybe I send you to Norelli's Hole. We'll send you to Norelli's Hole, you guys. I hope you guys want to watch some of Norelli's Hole. But thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow. Same shit. Multiple channels. Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. We're streaming on all 3. Just look for Zethian. Just the same way it's spelled on Twitch on all 3. Thanks for hanging out. Have yourselves a wonderful day. I might have a fun announcement sometime soon. We'll see. Catch y'all later.